All right. Check the mic. Looks all right. Okay. Pull the repository. So, new week. So, this week, first thing I want to do is put in shadows. Invalid argument camera.obj. Debug camera.obj. Weird. So we ended last week just doing some tidying up. Question is, do I finish this tidying up? Or do we move on to shadows and then come back to tidying up later? Could move these. We could. If I start messing with this stuff, I think it's going to give me too many compiler errors to deal with level generation. We could get away with these though. And these, we could get rid of this. Alright, let's try that. So river content data. This thing called edge distance as well. Got board river section. Board river properties. I think actually river content data we do use. So a quick look. We actually use it. Yeah, we do use river content data. So really all we need to get rid of is the arrays, rivers and ponds, I think. Get rid of that. And that. And then we've got get rivers and get ponds probably. We need to get rid of those. Get rivers. Get ponds. So all the rivers and ponds get put in the brush instances. Just needs to go there. That was easy. Anything else to get rid of? So you've got this regions, paths, nav meshes, all that eventually we'll get rid of. But we need to do a little bit more work. Okay, so these sources we could get rid of as well, this image source thing. That's probably used in quite a few more places though, image source. We could get rid of these. try and get rid of sprite sources. First, let's just check in that change, because then we can roll back. So we'll get rid of sprite sources first. Need to go from there and from there and from there. Yeah, that's fine. Windows sources, we can get rid of them. I think we can get rid of both of these, Windows sources and grass group sources as well. We can just get rid of them together. Yeah, like I say, the goal I think is to get rid of a lot of these. We definitely need that, and we definitely need that. And that, and that. Maybe all these brush ones we do. That can definitely go. That can definitely go. And that, and that, and that, and that. Cloth meshes could even possibly go now. Some of them can't go now because they're used in different parts of the engine. Do we need to get rid of them there first? So let's try and get rid of cloth meshes. So we want get cloth meshes and get cloth mesh. I think we also need to get rid of those. So I'm just going to put in up here the ones that we do need to keep. Separate them from the ones that we don't. So these I think can all eventually go. We need to do something with these in the content generation step. The level compiler currently doesn't compile these into the level. I haven't done it because I think they may not go in the actual level data. We might make some kind of world data and they'll go in there. All right. Okay. A little bit of tidying up to start with, something easy. Now I'm going to move something a little bit more difficult, which is shadows. Alright, so we need to regenerate the level as well. Level data. What's going on here? Let's just rebuild everything. Again, might have a little crush on our hands. Oh, it seems to be okay this time. Just need to rebuild. Okay. Shadows. So, got this light. And it should be casting shadows. Last week we worked on all these reflections. Should be casting shadows. So, let's start. We'll just do this for now. I'll just move the light closer. And we'll just get going with it. So prefab reflections.room. So what I'm going to do is just boot into the editor immediately rather than the game. Into prefab reflections.room. I've already got it there, which is good. Okay, so now we're just booting straight into the editor in this room because we want to work on it with the editor first. So, yeah, we need to cast some shadows, the tree and the grass. So let's work on the tree to start with. So, on draw reflections, right, it's a similar thing. It's basically, it's the same thing. Reflector. And could pass the light token on. That's the Z for the light. No, not quite. So what we need is we want shadow caster. It's not a shadow caster, it's the thing that's casting shadows. What's that called? Not the thing that's casting shadows, the thing that's broadcasting the light to hit the things that are going to cast shadows. Shadow. I'm going to call it shadow token. I don't know what the best name for it is. So we want the S32 Draw-Z, S32 Light Z, and Rect Light Bounds. Shadow Bounds. Shadow Bounds. Something like that. I don't think the reflector actually needs to get serialized. Don't think we need that. Don't think we need that either. And what I might do is call this just the bounds. It's the shadow token bounds. Yeah. Alright, so in game board content, we've got a thing called a reflection renderer. We need a shadow renderer now. Find out the right place to put this. So content brush instance shadow renderer. Shadow renderer needs content. This is the shadow token. Shadow token. All right. So draw reflections. We actually need draw shadows. This is the shadow token. Right, so on draw, so where's draw reflections called? Okay, here. So it needs to be on the light. So brush lighting, draw. So where do we get the light token stuff? Begin and end light. In the level, texture. Begin light internal. Right, let's just put this here. Night child, how's it going? Good productive morning. Leap UE5. I need 500 more people to do that. Way too much weekend. I actually had a chilled weekend. It was nice. Yeah, I hope you did. Right. Where do you hire 500 bens? Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure. Where do you get the money for all that? Mind you, I only need pain and coffee, so it's not that bad. Just working on shadows today. Reflections is in, which is good. Or we can crash right there. Sometimes get this where it crashes here. This is before it's even entered main, called main. Needs a rebuild. I'm not sure what's going on there. Load library from system directory. Must be something wrong with the build somewhere, not sure. Yes, I'm putting in shadows now. So I've got this light set up. I'm going to try and broadcast some shadows. The way I've been doing lights, so what I need for shadows is this thing called a light token. There is a call to get a light token. Begin light. What I appear to be doing is bypassing all this light token stuff and just immediately drawing the light without the token, which means it can't cast shadows. So I need to fix that. Like if a draw call gets a light token, it actually means no, you're in front of a light and you need to cast a shadow. So this is again called Draw Light Texture in World. So what I might do, because this is actually the same, almost, well, it is the same API. I'm going to put this in a call to the canvas called Begin Light. So we've got texture, position. So it's almost this. It's almost this. And I don't think this actually gets used anymore, so it does get used here, but it's a different call. So we'll change this. It's almost the same. It is almost this. So it's texture, vector, position, origin, properties, Z. 2 Zs because we want the light Z and the glow Z. I wonder what the difference is. So we had 2 of these. We've got level light properties, sprite light properties, sprite sheet light properties. Yeah, so that is a call from the sprite sheet editor. Slightly different. Level light properties. So what is this one? Override properties. Our sprite sheet light properties. Okay. So this is also used here by the game board editor. Oops. Okay, so what do we want to do? Could make a separate call. I'm thinking this is probably used. What is used in the sprite sheet editor for rendering lights? Six sprite sheets. We call this thing called draw light sprites. Yeah. So this does need to remain the same. We don't want to cast shadows in the sprite sheet editor. So it's just to begin, I think. If we can do this, so this is const vec2 origin. This one's possibly for deletion. Possibly. Which means in the game bar content now, this is auto token equals canvas begin light distance field position plus light file local offset origin, the override properties, or just the default properties. C plus 1000. This as well, I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure if we want to hard code that to 1000 or not. And then we'll do something like if token draw shadows, if we don't have canvas and light token. So we need to put in the draw shadows, which is this. We do have, just IntelliSense didn't pick it up. Ah, okay, this is in brush lighting. Interesting. So actually, this brush lighting here, when we do draw, it needs a reference to the content. Root content. It needs a reference to the current content and the root content, I think. And the position and the Z bias. But we already actually send them in. Position origin. So current content and the root content. So this is current content, draw shadows, canvas, root content, position, Z, and the shadow token, whatever that happens to be. We don't know yet. Oh, we've done root content, current content the other way around there. All right. So this is root content, current content. Root content, current content. Oh, it's a lot of times. All right. So we need to know what the shadow token is. We'll work on that in a bit. Right now, we just want to get back to our original. So right now, shadows just lights which won't work anymore. We're not doing these draws, so we need to get back to that situation where the lights are working now. So what are we in now? Content Painter. Preview. I think this is just content. It's building. We'll run it. Then we'll put the lights back in. Okay. What are we actually drawing there? I'm expecting to see no lights. Interestingly. Oh, look. Oh, look. Okay, cool. So draw light internal. What I think I'm going to do is, because this one is token. This one is like marked for deletion. I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. Fix any compiler errors, of which there aren't any. And we want draw light, texture, and world. Right, we need to put these back in. So it's here. That's the glow. That's the light. So we want just draw light, texture, and world. Texture. Position. Properties. Props. Z. Light Z. And then draw the glow texture in the world as well. Basically the same. That's a glow Z. Alright, so let's remove these. So we need to, so when we're drawing both of these, pentacurrent light token, a pentacurrent reflection token. We do a pentacurrent reflection token, we don't have a pentacurrent light token. Do that. I don't think we need to do that with the glow, to be honest. We could, just in case we... What this does is this just gives an indication to the renderer that something has changed. We need to rebuild lighting and shadows. It's like a lazy kind of system where it just rebuilds if something changes. Bit coding music. This is the I'm using Upbeat.io, royalty-free fantasy music. So far so good, I haven't had any problems with copyright. Alright. So let's see if this puts it back. Let's see if this is broken anything. Alright, cool. Light's back in the right place. Let's just put another light in. So when it's in the when it's in by the water there, it's so bright, the light, it's insane. It's too bright really. So we're not getting reflection bias there working. So what I should expect to see there is the light reflection go up and down. Just not. So let's fix that. Let's put it to 5. Some known value. So let's put the actual, let's make the position known as well. 12, 6. I always forget this, so maybe I need to change this. Oops. The reflection bias is in the lighting itself. This reflection bias is for the normal sprite content data. So the light, this isn't, although this is a light, this is technically a lit object, or 100% of it is light, but actually there could be like, this could be a sign with the background of the sign. So what I'm doing there is changing the reflection bias of the unlit thing, of which there isn't any in this case. I want to actually change the reflection bias of the light. It's in the light properties. Need to remember that. So it'd be more like there, wouldn't it? It's like the third time I've forgotten about that. Okay, anyway, we'll move on. That's working, which means hopefully we have a light token, and the light token is the thing that needs, thing that we need to draw shadows. Pass this light token around, or things from the light token anyway. So we need to build our shadow token from the light token. So shadow token if I could type, is made up of the draw Z, the light Z, and the bounds. So the draw Z is the token Z. The light Z is Z. And the bounds is like, what is it, light? Shadow bound. Do we have a shadow bounds? Properties. Bounds. I'm not sure about that. So where do we get the shadow bounds from? Floor shadow bounds. Maybe we should put that in the light token. So light bounds translated by minus width height world over 2. It has the light bounds in it. Where do we make the light token? Set current type light token. Token dot. Alright, let's just follow this. So we do have a bounds thing in there. Just don't know who sets it or why. So the shadow bounds is like if you're in this bounds, You are going to cast a shadow. Has the light bounds. If it never actually changes. It's crazy that. It's like, for starters, it's below the tooltip. And what it's saying is you can't set it because it's not 4 or 8 bytes. Why offer that option? Don't really want X, to be fair. I want some dimension. Yeah. Oh, someone said it. Oh, it got set when it got freed. So, what I think we'll do is the light token won't have light bounds in it if it's not needed. It's going to have the shadow bounds instead. Maybe there. Right. Let's just change this. You can see how old this code is. There's no initializers. I can't bother to initialize all that. So the token we can do token.shadowbounds is floor shadow bounds. So token shadow bounds is the floor shadow bounds. And then all I want to do is just draw that bounds out. Is it the floor shadow bounds? Actually, no, there's a couple of bounds. Hang on. Shadows is quite an involved thing. There's the glow shadow bounds as well, which is the light bounds, I believe. So there's 2 bounds. It's like the glow shadow bounds. The glow, which is a bad name really, that's the god rays. So it casts shadows onto the floor, and it casts shadows out into the scene as well, in the form of god rays. So there is actually 2 bounds. So we're going to have floor shadow bounds and ray shadow bounds. So that's the floor shadow bounds. And the ray shadow bounds is the light bounds, I believe. Yeah, because that's where we are building the viewport for it. So this shadow token needs also floor shadow bounds and ray shadow bounds. So let's just do floor shadow bounds first. Well, we can do them both really. We'll do 1 white and 1 red or something. Oops. Let's see what we get. Token light bounds. So what's going on here? Build planting laser. So this is some gameplay effect. This is ray shadow bounds then. What's going on here? Fast travel beam. So this is also gameplay effects. Ah. Already set. What's this? Create light token. Oh, so we can just create a light token with a box as well. Yeah, I think it's going to be better maybe for me to actually have this as the light bounds. Because it is the same. Just want to see what these two bounds are. See if they are correct. Okay, so this red one, light bounds, it seems incorrect though. Seems to be too far shifted over. Floor shadow bounds. So that's the things that are going to cast on the floor. And this is the thing that's going to cast into the world. It is too far over though. So that must be position minus origin. There we go. That's the correct position. So basically, we've got two separate targets. Anything that's going to cast shadow onto the floor will have to go into this region, and anything that's going to cast shadows into the scene go in this region here. Okay, but it is correct. Right. So we've got what have we got? Floor shadow bounds, ray shadow bounds. So the floor shadow bound is the token. Floor shadow bounds. The ray shadow bounds is the token. Light bounds. And we'll just do this. Right, so now we have our draw shadows call. It's nowhere near draw reflections, which is where I want it to be. It's just this, but it's draw with the shadow token instead. Ruined content again. I'm going to just do a little search for ruined content. Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, so we need an instance draw with a shadow token. So the instance draw. Basically the same as this, except shadow token, shadow, and it's shadow renderer. Oh, shadow renderer. The renderer is the shadow renderer. So shadow renderer needs content brush. The renderer is the shadow renderer this time. Right, cool. So, the reflection. So, we need a shadow renderer for normal sprite content data. So I'm just going to copy this straight out here. This is the shadow renderer. This is very Final Fantasy. It's meant to be. It's meant to be royalty free. It's just on the edge of Final Fantasy, but not quite. This music. So I don't know if we actually split them into separate. So we can say, like, if it's in the God Ray bounds, draw God Rays. If it's in the floor shadow bounds, draw the floor shadows. If it's in both, draw both. I think it's like if it's in one or the other, just draw. Just draw it. Interesting. So what I think I'm going to do... it has to be in both. No, it has to be in one. It has to be in one. Don't know about this. If it's not in both, return. That's shadow token. Z. So if it's behind, we don't need to cast shadows either. And that's instance shadow bias. So we don't need to do lighting because lights don't cast shadows. This Z is the shadow token draw Z. Alright, see what happens. Okay. So the light's casting shadow. That's like, oh, the thing in the light is casting shadow. That's the exact opposite of what I wanted to happen, actually. This is part of a prefab, actually, so this won't work yet. So we need to actually move this away. Just get one that's not part of a prefab. We'll get some barrels. Put it in. Alright, cool. Seems wrong though. It's not updating the shadow texture. That's what's happening. Oh, it kind of is. So obviously this, if it's part of a light, if it's part of the light, it doesn't want to actually cast a shadow. Okay, so what's going on there then? So if we move the thing, that works. That is working. If we move the thing being shadowed, that does work. If we move the thing doing the shadowing, that doesn't work. So that is light.draw. Something that has light layers in it. So we call begin light. Set the token. And we draw light texture in world. Range vertices. Append to current reflection token. Append to current light token. Alright, so in the canvas next draw. FSQ, hey, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Working on shadows. So we're going to do this. This will force the shadows to get rebuilt every frame. Just see how it looks. Yeah, I'm good, thanks. Not bad at all. Just putting shadows into the scene. Ooh, I didn't save what I actually just did before. So this won't cast a shadow at the moment because it's part of a prefab object and we haven't got there yet. These do though. So one of the things that I've got that I need to work on obviously is that the lights themselves shouldn't cast shadows. And also it's updating incorrectly. It works fine if we move the thing being shadowed. If we move the thing doing the shadowing, it doesn't work. So we'll work on that. Are you repackaging your own game engine, building it from scratch? Built from scratch, pretty much. Yeah. It's very few dependencies, really. Very few libraries. There are a few, but nothing major. So this is the level editor, in case you didn't gather, where you'd make the levels for the game you were working on. Oh, cheers, thanks very much. Yeah, I just put in reflections last week. Now onto shadows. Like the shadow system's kind of quite an old system that was written a long time ago. But I've changed the way the data is stored for the levels. So I'm just hooking the shadow system back up again. So it's also there casting shadows. What I need to do is, because there's reflections there as well, it's a little bit confusing. So what I might do is just make some non-reflective, well, I can do, make some non-reflective floor or something. Put that onto here. You can see like it's completely in the wrong place. So it's like if I am moving the actual light itself. Damn, that's crisp. Crisp. It's a nice word, crisp. Yeah, cheers. So if I change something about the light, it doesn't actually change the... See, I can't decide if it's the shadow map not updating or a position calculation thing that's wrong. What I'm going to do... Oh, I didn't save that. Oops. So we definitely are updating the shadow maps every frame. I want to go back to drawing these token boundary things. Check the bounds are actually correct. Thanks. Yeah, if you got any questions, just ask. Don't have to worry about experience level or anything. I'll try and explain it as best I can. So you've got like the light, and then you've got the things that want to be shadowed. So there's this shadow here, because right now the light shadows itself, which obviously is incorrect. And then there's these bounds here. There's a red one, and then there's a white one. And the idea is if an object comes into this white one, it casts shadows on the floor. And if it goes into this red one, it casts shadows into the scene. So like God ray shadows, do you know what I mean? Because there's two types of shadowing really. There's like casting shadows onto the floor, and there's casting shadows into the atmosphere, even though it's just a 2D game. So I just want to check that these bounds are updating. So the bounds are updating. It definitely looks like some kind of offset problem. Like the matrix. So I build a couple of matrices which are like basically tell you where the position of something is, and they must be wrong. Global illumination. Right, yeah, a 2D global illumination solution. Maybe. Depends how far I want to take it. I could imagine doing something like that. You could do something like that. That would be cool. Yeah, it would be fun, yeah. Yeah, the shadows are in orbit of the light, yeah. So when I like calculate where to actually draw the thing in the actual, so this will create like an area for me to draw into. So when I draw into it, it's obviously drawing in the wrong place, and that's the matrix thing. Is wrong, is incorrect. Yeah, 2D global illumination. Some kind of like light intensity field. So this is where the light is intense. And then some kind of blur, like diffuse blur based on light intensity might work. Something like that for global illumination. Maybe. Alright, how's it going? Amarok. DCS. Game development in the future, yeah, nice. Yeah, it's good. It's a good hobby for sure. There might be ads. If there's ads, let me know. 2D global illuminator in Godot. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, so this would be like the light intensity field thing that I'll be talking about. I was talking about. It blends more of the colour into, blurs more of the colour in based on the light intensity. It's really nice, isn't it, that? It's very noisy. Definitely doing some kind of ray tracing thing. It's really cool though. Yeah, I think the way I would maybe attempt it would be light intensity field. This is where the light is most intense. And then some kind of blur based on intensity. Try it. Maybe try it. I mean, but yeah, it depends how far I want the I want to kind of get onto gameplay. But there will, in a few months, I will be sick of gameplay and we'll need something else to do on the engine. So don't tell me you aren't ray tracing shadows. What am I doing with shadows? They are a reflect and some kind of blur. I can't remember. There's two steps. There is I'm reflecting like I'm doing with the reflections, and then I'm doing some kind of radial blur based on some kind of towards the light. And then the other one, there's two types of shadows, is I'm drawing into the scene the right way up and then doing a radial blur out, I think, to get like a God Ray style effect. So it's fake ray trace, I suppose. Need to get to work first though. Let's go back it down. Let's just draw this scene in again because it was wrong before. Not wrong. I didn't save it before. So if I save that, let's put this actually right up there like that. Rerun that. How long did it take me to get to this level? I've been coding for a long time. So I've been coding since I was a kid. So I'm 40 now. So a long time, like. I mean, I started getting interested in games tech at uni. So I went to uni in 2005. Yeah, so 20 years actually. 20 years. That is a bug there where we get this thing. This is the old brush. To fix that, I didn't actually draw this in. Okay. Anyway, that's not what we're fixing at the moment. So, here. Translate by the height -2. World to pixels. So I suppose I should draw those out as well. The viewports. Position light balance dot center. .640 by 640 seems reasonable. Let's just draw them out, just to make sure. So this is floor shadow viewport, and it's not in world anymore. Floor shadow viewport. Making games. Tried some of those beginner kid websites. Yeah. Aside from doing web development, you've also been doing as a hobby. JavaScript is the closest actual programming for me yet. Yeah, cool. Yeah, if you try maybe try an engine. Try like Unity with C# or something. You can maybe even program JavaScript in Unity. I think you used to be able to. If you're wanting to get into like coding game engines, you need, I suppose, spend a bit of time learning a systems style language like C++, or one of the more modern ones first, and then transition over to actual games engines tech. If it's games, there's no, you just use another engine. Well, they seem fine. This is very epic music. Alright, let's pick some of this stuff. To get my head in gear for some graphics stuff. I haven't programmed graphic stuff in ages. It's hard to just go back to. I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to take a picture there. Draw shadow batches. So I think that's the light and the barrels together. Problem is I have to remember how this plumbing works. So one is... So this one, so it's in the wrong place, is the God Ray texture. Oops. This one is the shadow texture. Which is the white one. The shadow viewport. That seems actually there. It's going to go from over halfway. No, that is wrong. That is wrong. It's like we are inverting translation on the... No, we're scaling it in the wrong place. So, what shader is this using? Light mask flipped Y. Which is in... It's in the river, so it's using exactly the same shader as the reflection. Okay, that's something to go on. So the reflection one is working. So the reflection renderer for normal. Shadow renderer for normal. Whole UI and such. Yeah. Everything. Yeah. Yeah, it's got all sorts of different UI elements in it. Does stuff like these trees. So this is like an AI tree. You can type in stuff into there. You can like copy sections of the tree. Copy subtree. Paste subtree. Paste everything, like all these events and stuff and conditions. It's got full like undo, redo. Got like a cutscene editor. Although that might be quite broken. Don't know if there are any decent things to show with that. With like tracks and stuff, so you can have a timeline. And then a node system. In a decade's time. Yeah. Or sooner. Depends how low level you want to go, I suppose. There are a lot of things that will help you build stuff like this. I like to learn how to actually build the stuff itself, you know, rather than the product. So I've built all my own UI and stuff, drop down boxes and all that. But you know, there's loads. There's like IamGUI, which is a really famous one. Help you do all that. Right. Bias minus position 1. It must be the matrix. Oh, hang on, it's working now. It works when we... Oh, this is the thing. It works when we actually drag the thing around that is being shadowed. It doesn't work when we drag the light around. That's so weird. Oh, the backends work. Yeah. You might really enjoy something like C or C++ then. If you like all that stuff. If you know... transition away from web dev, go more towards systems dev. If you like how it all works, yeah, I'd recommend it. It's like really good. It's like a extra kind of dimension of coding. Thanks for the follow as well. So it's if we drag the light around. So what happens if we just drag this box? Oh no, now it's not working. We need to actually position it. Ah, okay. It's to do with the origin. We position it exactly on the origin. It's all working. You probably can't see that. You might be able to. So underneath is the origin. It's being refracted by the river. If we put it directly on the origin, just about, then we have it. So it's to do with some kind of translation off the origin. But not here. It's definitely to do with begin and end light. What does begin light internal do? I just need a couple of these windows so I can just compare. We're minusing the origin there, off there. I think that's fine. These bounds are correct. And then we're calling begin like quad in world. This is where it goes different. I don't think we even need those. Let's just start taking some stuff out. So if this was on 0, 0, it would be working. So that we've moved -4, and that's gone to. Let's just take this river out of the way for a second. I can't see the. That's gone to. One, two, three. So -4. One, two, three, four. -1, 2, 3, 4. So it's translated to too much. It's almost if it's not applying the matrix. So if we go back to 0, 0, then we just move up by 1, or move down by 1. So the shadow move down by 2. Nearly. I mean, it's not exact. Right. So it's to do with the X mag and the Y mag of this matrix here, or the camera. It says it's null. What does null mean? Name is null. X mag and Y mag is 1010. That is correct. That is correct. If it's 640 pixels wide, the X mag is 10. So when when we draw try and think top of my head. All right. So let's look at game level. Ever draw shadows in there? That's just doing it. All right, while these ads are running, just going to make another cup of coffee, have a think about it. I'll be back in 2 minutes. All right. So I just want to check as well that we're sending in the correct matrix. So it all kind of looks right so far to me. So what's happening, I think, is it appears to be the wrong X mag and Y mag, and that's like the translation scaling essentially. So when we translate away from 0, 0 the wrong XMAG. So it's actually translating it too far away. But the XMAG seems right. The XMAG was 10, which is correct for a 640 pixel texture. Let's have a quick look here. Just get it running. Part of the problem is I wrote this so long ago, I don't remember how it works, really, so I have to learn how it works as well. So let's put this at 1, 0. And then move this here, or like wherever, really, it doesn't matter. So if we move it, so where are we? Oh, we're in Lord of the Rings territory now. This royalty-free radio is really pulling on the influence strings. Right, so it's making a render target, adding it in, setting the name, and a shadow target there. So XYUV floor shadow batch in world. Light token floor shadow matrix. Seems legit. And this is actually light mask flipped Y, which is unfortunately in the river shader because it's to do with reflection. All right. It all looks okay. So let's go in the river shader and not do anything. Image width height. Y and X. No, I think that isn't the image width and height. That's the image height and the alright, so let's just get rid of them. There is another shader somewhere. See, look, that is, it behaves like that if you're using a, so that's the, I'm looking at the reflection one. Now we've removed, this is the reflection path. It behaves the same. That's interesting. What's interesting is it doesn't seem to be using VS main mask flipped Y to generate these shadows. Oh, maybe it is. Maybe it's just... Yeah, because it's only a single channel texture. Alright, definitely need to fix this again. We're a little bit closer now because we can replicate it in the reflection one. Ah, look. This is confusing me now because the light is moving the reflection. Let's put the reflection back. I'm so confused. Hang on. So what are we rendering there? What's this? Let's just pix it and find out. We're drawing 2 sets of shadow batches as well. There's only 1 light, so that's incorrect. What's going on there? Lighting mask flipped Y. VS main mask. Wrong shader. So it's lighting mask flipped Y, but it says it's going to this shader. Oh yeah, that's correct. No, that is fine because now this one should be going to the flipped shader. Yep. And then we do some stuff with it. Then we've got another one. Alright. So to start with, we're going to, whoops, that shader there. VS main flipped Y. Which is this one. So I was using the wrong shader. Oh, I was using the right shader, just the wrong compilation of it. What I want to know is, no, okay. Just build that. So it appears that these are wrong. The image width and height ones. What I want to know is why that is being drawn. Why is that being drawn? Got this thing here. Okay, let's just... So we're doing reflection targets and shadow targets, rendering every frame. So I need to take a pix capture of that and see what's going on. So the pix stuff is just how I get to see what's going on the GPU. So I need to move the light up here. And capture. So we're drawing 3 shadow batches as well. Pretty sure there should only be 1. Glow target 1. So this is the reflection now. So we drew, so that might be a bounds thing. Need a simpler case, I think. Alright, let's just make a new level. Or it can be a prefab actually. I can do it in a prefab. Okay, so that's completely wrong. And that seems to be wrong as well. That distance field. So let's put that back to -500. Yeah, that was wrong because actually the distance field was wrong. And then let's just put a light in here. And now all of a sudden we're rendering that a reflection. And we have just crappy use, so something's definitely going wrong here. Some kind of mix-up. Alright, ztest.prefab. So I'm just going to load into that to begin with. Prefabs ztest.prefab. This is a simpler case. Don't have as much stuff going on in the scene. So let's just go right to the beginning, to the draw. Here we go. So this is prefab. I don't want a prefab in there. What's the prefab? There is a prefab in here, so it's not here that I want it actually. I want the non-prefab version, just Z. Z.prefab. Yeah, this isn't a prefab. Okay, so let's go back. It's just Z.prefab. It is a prefab file, but it's not got prefabs in it. That's what I mean. I just want a pond, a light, and a tree. Right. So let's go back to the draw. So this one is a pond. Put some breakpoints there and a breakpoint there. Right. So I'm going to render the pond. Called begin pond. Oh, it could be the InvexMag thing. What's that for? No, I think that's just for grass. Just grass uses that. Maybe. And then we call draw reflections. Reflection renderer for type normal. Then we're just going to say draw texture. Oh, I know what's going on. I think. We're drawing lighting. And the lighting is going to draw shadows, even if it's in a reflector. Maybe that's what it is. We'll get there anyway. There's no lighting on there. So this now is more normal sprite. So this must be the light. So we don't actually want, so what we're doing now, we're in Draw reflections. We don't want to draw shadows. We don't want to draw shadows of light that are in reflections. That's confusing. So that'll be causing some problems. The thing is, we don't know necessarily that we're drawing. That we are drawing. We do have a reflector, so we know we're drawing it with reflector. So what we need to do is draw the light with the reflector. Maybe we just need to do the light draw type normal reflected. We'll just do this. And we're just going to say, this is the draw type. I'm going to say, so we'll get rid of them. I'll leave them for now. Say if draw type is equal to normal, you want to draw shadows. We don't want to draw shadows in lights for lights that are part of a reflection. So this is normal. This is reflected. This is normal. This is reflected, this one. This is normal. This is normal. All right. So now if we're drawing reflected light, we don't want to draw shadows. Alright, awesome. So that's got rid of that reflection. It was drawing. So we draw like the light reflected in here. And then we were going to draw shadows from light, from the light here. So like double bounce shadows. Which I'm not going to do. Alright, so now we just need to solve this problem. So shadows only appear when it's highlighted as well. Brush to draw. content, draw shadows. So why aren't we drawing any shadows? Shadow token draws a int min. And then we call end light. Okay. So if the outline shader is on, it's drawing shadows. And we've got this matrix problem. Not 3.74. Okay, so River in World. Let's go back to doing this now. Let's not flip it. So that appears to be just not even using that shader. So if I just return result, what's going on here? Well, they have to all be written. How do you do this? Position UV0. Does that work? So this is it's definitely not using this shader. All right, pix. So we should have the right amount of shadow batches being drawn now, which is just one. Yes. So what file is this? Rivers in World. VS Mask flipped Y. Rivers in World. VS main mask flipped Y. Isn't it using this proper shader? I mean, is there a bug with the shader compiler? Okay, so the outline shit, right? Why aren't we getting shadows if there's no outline? If the only getting shadows if there's an outline. So confused. Draw, floor, shadow, patch, floor, shadow, mesh, patch. Alright. So there's no shadows being drawn. Do some blurring. Do some radial blurring. Enamoring to reflections begin. Should we not be drawing? batches. So we've got draw, floor shadowing world. Bush lights. Lighting apply floor shadow. So let's put a little scope thing here. However that works. You only get shadows. Let's put that at 0, 0 for now. You only get shadows if the outline is happening, which is incorrect. So let's just pick. XYUV shadow batching world. What? Background task exception occurred. Okay, now Pix doesn't know what it is. What's going on here? So this is actually crashing Pix as well. It's not a good sign. Doesn't know the texture. Alright, let's take off all the rendering of reflections as well. So let's just delete this guy. And we'll put in. There we go. Let's do this. So there's no reflections. Okay, so now it works. Unless if there's no reflections, it does work. I mean, the matrix doesn't work. The reflection, the shadow works though. Right, that's maybe a DirectX thing then. At least we have a nice case now. So we can even just get rid of that. Just to match this up properly. So if this is at 0, 0, it's fine. If it's at 1, 0, it skips over too much. Fu Manchu, how's it going? Good afternoon, just about. Hope you're alright. I'm just trying to remember how I do shadows. Okay. I'm trying to get this. I'll put it in a place where you can see it. Just a matrix problem. Got a matrix problem. It's the wrong. It's scaling it. It's pushing it too far away. The shadow. So this is at 0, 0. It's fine. At 1, 0. It looks like it pushes the shadow out to 2, 0, maybe. So I'm just trying to calculate where that happens. It's the matrix. It's got to be the matrix. There's no other place for it. But it also seems my shaders are not updating either. I can't actually check. 2D engine has shadows, yeah. The shadows are really good when they get working. It's going to take me all day to get them working, probably. You know how it is, don't you? Problem is that it appears like this shader's not reloading. I think that one is. So it's hard for me to check. So if I just put like, I don't know, if I just skip this line out, it literally changes nothing. Let's debug that. So that's in the pipeline. Here we go. So if we just do this, and we get that this changed, get the proper path. Doesn't have a HLSI extension. Dirty shader groups. This one, rivers in world. River in world. Recompiling shaders. River in world HLSL. Skip optimization. And then it goes create shader group from file. Succeeded. So we should have a bunch of shaders in here. Oh, fuck it. There we go. Got 4 shaders. figure out what shader is what. Alright, VS Mask flipped Y. That is actually the one we change. VS Mask flipped Y. DX, there's 152 shaders in here. DX shader, get name, lighting. So we want to find River in World, which is this one. Entry point VS main. All right. New shader. River in World, VS main entry point. This one is PS main. We want to know the flipped. PS main flipped Y. What's this one? The new shader. VS main flipped Y. I'm pretty sure this one is working. Add all PSOs. So it's the shadow batch. This one, lighting mask flipped Y. So it's lighting mask flipped Y is the name of the PSO. How do I... Okay. So it's to do with this. So 46 PSOs. We want lighting mask flipped Y. River in World. This PSO is River in World. Reflection flipped Y. So only River in World and Reflection flipped Y. Not lighting mask. Oh, it's because it's in lighting. Here we go. Right. Different shader. Getting somewhere now. There we go. Oh my word. Problem when you haven't coded it for ages is you just forget everything. Right, so the first thing I want to do is check that they are the same. So it's minus equals times equals plus equals. And then by a view projection matrix. It seems to be wrong. This is the thing that seems to be wrong. So if we don't do the flip, it appears completely black. Okay, so that seems like it's putting the flaw in. The flaw will naturally reflect cast a shadow. Game bar content. Brush texture. So this is the light. This is the floor. Okay, so that didn't work. Ah, okay. The draw Z is being set. So the shadow token, this has to be the light Z to start with. Get it in the right place for you. Okay, that's what I was expecting. So that's not doing the flip. What I want to know is what is the view projection matrix? VP. VP, VP, VP. Is the VP constants at register B0. Which is the second thing. There it is. And that's the floor shadow matrix. What am I doing? The shadows. Is it a shader that renders both the real thing and the shadow? Oh yeah, no problem, Fu Manchu. So the shadows are I have to put it at 0, 0 to show you. Got the red box and the white box. Anything that, so then you got the shadow cast, you got the shadow giver thing. So that's the light. The lights are turned off at the moment. So if anything falls into the white box, it's to cast shadow on the floor. So this tree falls into it, for instance. Obviously, the light shouldn't shadow itself, but we'll get to that. So the tree falls into it. So what you do there is you get the origin of the tree, and I'm just flipping it upside down, drawing it into this texture. And then I'm doing a radial blur away from the light, depending on how good quality your shadows are, depending on how good quality your blur is. That's what I do. And then I do some fading at the edge as well. So if this moves really close to the edge, it like fades out. This doesn't become as sharp. I don't know if you can see that. It's quite sharp there, this edge here, and then it fades out. Oh, the advert kicked in. Why does that always happen? So I've got the light, which is not casting a light at the moment, and I've got two bounding boxes. I've got the red one and then the white one. Any sprite that falls into the white box and is in front of the light gets added to a texture, and it's drawn by reflecting the thing about its origin in Y and then doing a radial blur away from the light. And depending on how good a quality of shadows you want, depending on how good a quality the blur will be. And then so this is the bound of the shadow texture here. And then as you move away from the light and towards the edge of the texture, it blends it back, like fades it out, basically. So you get a fade. So this is like the shadow texture here. So as we get to this edge, you can see that it's quite sharp there, down here. And then it fades. And then this one is for casting shadows into the environment instead of on the floor. So this is a different shader. So anything that falls into this box casts shadows into the environment. So that's like God rays. Yeah, cheers, Fu Manchu. So the God rays are a different shader, so it just draws it in to the scene, but it's only a one single channel texture. So it draws it in, just the alpha mask in, and then does a radial blur again away from the light. And then that gets blended in with the glow texture of the light. That's how it works. And then you get God rays that cast out. So if I was to pass this over the light like that, it would cast God rays out. I mean, that's normally what it does. So you got two types of shadow. Yeah, the floor and then the God ray one. When it's all working, I'll show you it properly. So that's nice because if you had a character holding the light and then the character runs along, you've got like God rays flashing up and stuff. It looks good. Difficult to explain when I can't show you it directly. But what problem I've got now is this works fine. So this creates a matrix. But when I move the light, the matrix is incorrect somehow. So I just need to figure out what's going on there. Over-engineered 2D engine. Yeah, like graphics was my thing for a long time. And I like 2D graphics because if you want to know how to do shadows in 3D, it's incredibly well documented and you just go and look up a paper and do it. Or anything. In 2D, you've got to be a bit more creative to make it look good. Like with your game, because it's 3D, you'll have the depth buffer, and if you've got a depth buffer, then shadows are straightforward. Because you can just say, is it behind this thing? And if it is, it's in shadow. But because I don't have a depth buffer, I can't do that. I've got to be a bit more. That's why I like 2D. One of the main things I like about 2D in terms of graphics. Don't think I ever talked about my background. Yeah. That's what I was. So I was in the industry a long time ago, but not for very long. As a graphics programmer. Back in the 360 days. But it wasn't for me, unfortunately, you know. I mean, it's not unfortunate. It led me on to a different life. I've always kept it up as a hobby. So we've got a thing here as well. Well, let's just get this matrix thing working. So if you see, like, it works fine. So 0, 0 is over here. If I move it to 1, 0, it actually moves the shadow, it looks like, to 2, 0. So I've got a matrix problem. Just trying to figure it out. So this view projection matrix is wrong. But I just can't see where it's wrong at the moment. So maybe the... Okay, maybe... we actually need to be translating. The thing is, I haven't done graphics programming for like over a year, like maybe 2 years. So I'm so rusty at it. Light bounce dot center. So So it's positioning at the proper place. Furthermore, it's working with reflections. It's the same translation. It's the same algorithm, really. So I just need to compare it with reflections. So let's just do that. So begin pond. One 842. And begin light. Is that correct? Okay. Let's so put the light in a known position, which is 1. We'll put it at 1 1. Whoops. 1 1. So that's coming in at -7 3. Okay. Not -7 3. That's coming in at -7 -3. Then we're minusing the origin off, so that is correct. So -9 to -4. I can believe that. Lightbounds.center. Yeah, that seems right. Or is it just position? 0.965. Let's just change this. Okay, hang on a second. We need to know what this position is. Position plus light file, local offset. Oops. So position is down here. Okay. So let's render light bounds.center. Render that light blue. This is pixels to world. Bit Wilder, how's it going? You alright? Hope you had a good weekend and all that. Just working on shadows, trying to get them working. Nearly there. Okay. So move that out of the way. We've got the problem with the matrix. I'm not really sure. Kinda, I guess. Looking getting a job. Oh, nice one. Yeah. Believe it or not, work is good for you. The right job can be good. Definitely, good for your mental health and things. So we need to position the actual matrix. So we actually want to draw the floor shadow bounds center. That's where we need to be positioning the matrix. What kind of job? Even if it's a first job. Yeah, you just gotta try though, haven't you? So it needs to be essentially 1. In X. Light camera state position. Light bounds dot center. I'm saying the light camera and the glow matrix. Is -5 in X. Is -5 in Y. About 1 in X. Which is correct. Repair technician. Oh yeah, cool, cool. Yeah, I remember you saying you're into stuff like that. So the floor shadow matrix. Why? Keep this going. Oh my god. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. This is so bad. Floor shadow matrix. I just want to take a... Okay, hang on. Token floor shadow matrix. Right, so I want to snip this. Alright, thank you very much. Mind looking at GitHub repo real quick? Yeah, no problem, yeah. Alright. So let me come to here. I'm just comparing the one that we sent in. It is the same one. Image Y minus equals image Y. Don't get it. I don't get why this is not working. The bit wielder, it's yours. Awesome. Some microcontroller. This looks great. You obviously don't want to pass in 0 there, because that would be dividing by 0, I think, wouldn't it? But yeah, awesome. Unless you wanted infinity. Nice one. Right, I'm going to make a cup of tea because I was adverts in 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, I'm going to make a cup of tea. I have no idea, really. This is confusing the life out of me. Unless I've forgotten everything about matrices. I think what I'm going to have to do is have a look at that matrix in the GPU. I have to do some GPU debugging. Eating up 78% of the RAM. Oh, yeah. Cool. So let's just snippet this again. And then let's just run this on Pix and see what it is. Electronics on my own. I haven't done electronics since I was like a teenager. I did it for my A level, and then never again. So that's the one we want. How do we look at this? So they're the 16 values we're sending in as the matrix. The matrix. 100 minus 0.968. 0 0.10 5.6 0 0 0.1 0.901. Yep, 0 0 0 1. Yeah, that's the correct. That is the correct view projection matrix. Right, while these ads are going, I'm going to make a cup of tea. And then we'll keep struggling on. Wife doesn't know the half of it. Oh my word, Fu Manchu, is it that bad? It's better than a gambling addiction, I suppose. Literally thousands. Okay, so let's keep going. I'm just going to struggle with this until I can get it to work. So if we do this, is it still off? Yeah. So it's definitely this view projection matrix. That's the only thing it can be. So what's kind of happening is that this shadow viewport, I'm saying it's 640. Which it is, 640. Which means the X-mag, which is the distance from the center to the edge in world space, is 10 units, 10 world units. And we're saying it's 1010. So that is correct. And we've positioned the camera at -5.3. -6.7. Right, so let's just we need to draw. What I really need, you know, and I've needed this for a while, is world space mouse coordinates. Which we kind of have, we don't have here. Mouse. Mouse world text. 0, 0. Because it's a different canvas, you see. I'm gonna have to do it here. Copy this. And then I'll just do it here temporarily. Get SDF font. Canvas. How do we get the SDF font? So get text font, whatever. Spent over £5 grand. Oh my god. That is a hobby right there. You should spend money on your hobbies though. I do say that. There it is. We want it to be in get cursor position. Get cursor position in world. Actually. Consumables, parts. Oh, right, okay. So let's go debug tools. Yeah, I mean, if it's a hobby, it's great, isn't it? So 0 -5. It's actually this. Yeah, I remember you saying when you handed your notice in before you decided to go indie, you were thinking about going to do some more electronic style stuff. So if you do 1 0, this value here is 1 minus 5.6. 1 minus 5.6 roughly. So we're positioning the camera there. And let's just try -1, -2. And that's -0.3, -7.65. -0.3, -7.67. Near enough. So the matrix is positioning it okay. Just put it like here. Embedded for a living, yeah. Need to clear the office, yeah. Yeah, you could sell it for a few more months of indie, couldn't you? Indie dev. So it's as if the oh my word. Lighting. So if we move the shadow bias of this up, I'm just thinking maybe that is literally how it's meant to work. This is me not remembering how this shadow system works. So if I move the light, you have to alter the shadow bias. Like, obviously, I don't want that to happen. I want that to just work, you know. No, I think that is wrong because you would expect the light to be over. The light for this thing to be over there. So let's just do. No, it won't be here, would it? It would be. Over 2 really. Half the viewport size. So you sell it like a job lot. Yeah. Alright, no, so that the X mag is so it is this. Let's just put in position. That's completely wrong. So what I don't want to do is I just don't want to reflect. It's just as if it's an ordinary window. Like that. And then I think what we're going to have to do is do a 640 by 640 canvas. Check the view matrix. Alright, we'll do a 640. How would we do this? This is some drastic debugging. Game window. Would it be? Editor window. Tick. So when we make the canvases, board canvas. Editor window, get board canvas. Where do we make this? So the board canvas, resize canvases. The board canvas is literally going to be so this is just 640 by 640. This is crazy. See how this actually looks. Okay, so we have a 640 by 640 board canvas. And we can position them like basically the same. So I want them to draw in the same place. I want this to be drawn in the same place as this, so that when we set the camera, where do we set the camera? Camera state. Set camera state. So, before we do this actually, we're on 0, 0, are we? The camera position needs to be 0, 0. Okay, camera position is 0, 0. The light position on the camera position. About there. Now we can compare the matrices. Is that working now? That's the problem. Let's do the flip again. We don't seem to be drawing any shadows now. Anyway. Okay, so the view projection matrix let's just snip that. It's this, and then we will go to wherever we're doing in the canvas, the view projection matrix for the light. It's near enough 0. Right, they literally look the same to me. Apart from the little discrepancy. Sorry you can't see it. I'm looking at this one here. So this one and this one. It's a little discrepancy around the translation, but they're not exactly on 0, 0. Like one of them's not, the light's not, the camera is. Okay, so why aren't they being drawn in exactly the same place? But just reflected. I mean, they're not being drawn at all at the moment. What's going on there then? They're not even being drawn now. Same view projection matrix as well. Oops. Target main. Oh, we're not drawing anything. Right. Oh. Close Visual Studio by accident there. So why are we drawing anything? Oh, just closed itself there. So that is in come on. Game board content. Draw. So the shadow for normal. It's failing one of these bounds conditions. Okay, light Z minus 180. My Z, so that's the floor, I assume. Things will go lovely. I think you're being sarcastic there. Alright, so the texture size 128244, so the light position okay, so I'm confused again now. The position is basically 0 on the X. I mean, we don't need to worry about the tree. Instance position practically 0 on the X, so this is it. Z bias minus 180. So what's that? So that seems wrong. Ah. No, I think we've got this the wrong way around. For draw reflections, what are we doing? Is it root? So if we go to the pond, it's root content draw. Okay. It's root content, vec 2, 0. Start at the root again, because it's a prefab. If it is in a prefab. 2,000 warnings. Oh my word. There we go. That is correct. That is correct. Ooh, that might have solved all of it. We were drawing from the wrong prefab. Kind of works, ship it. Yeah, 2,000 errors. Warnings even. So you're not a warnings as errors type house. Studio. I have my warnings as... No, I don't have warnings as errors. Hard on the actual compiler, but I do treat them as errors. I am. Yeah, okay, yeah. Was that the problem? Yeah, I hope that was the problem. So we were drawing the shadows from a different point, from a different offset point. It's this prefab system, man. It's so complicated having a prefab system. Cool Trooper, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Oh my word. What an effort. Right. Editor window. So we need to actually figure out... What was it in iEditor? I need to figure out how we put back the size of the game board. Doing alright. I'm having a bit of a stressful morning figuring out how these shadows work. You know, like when you build a system like 2 years ago and then you come back to it and you have no idea how it works. So you're like, well, how is this going wrong? I've even like made the game canvas the same size as the shadow texture so I can like put it right on 0, 0 and compare all the matrices to calculate the shadows. But what I think the problem was is I was drawing the shadow map as if from the relative point of a... Oh, it's complicated. But yeah. I think hopefully this is fixed. I just need to figure out how I get this canvas the full size of the drawing window now. Of the board window. I have to set up the SDK scripts so it enables all warnings. Yeah, okay. Some warnings are treating it, and then it selects disables warnings we want. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, no, this is it, innit? This is a real problem with an SDK. Is that it's like... You're trying to show it to a group of very talented people who will pick up on all these problems. So your SDK's got to be like, in a way, at least or better, at least as good or better than their quality of code. Right, so is it in here? My brain's so scrambled from doing that, I don't even know where I am. On size change. Where's the refresh canvases thing? Must be an editor window. Whoops. Alright, refresh. What's going on? Why are you doing that when the window open? Resize canvases, that's what it's called. Okay, so we want this one now. Should we see if this actually has solved the problem? That's my direction. Warnings are not okay. Yeah, I know, it's interesting, isn't it? It's not a good attitude to because the thing is, like, if they have warnings as errors on their compile, they just won't be able to use your SDK without modifying the source code. Or not your SDK, but the company's SDK. And they won't want to modify the source code of an SDK because then they'll never want to get a patch or anything. Yeah. Right, please work. Oh my goodness, it works. Look at that. Absolute madness. Right. Obviously, that's meant to be a light, and lights don't shadow themselves. We need to turn lighting back on. So that, I think, is in canvas. Here. Are they supposed to be inverted? Upside down? Yeah. So ignore the fact it's shadowing itself, which is physically impossible. I'll fix that. Let's get something else. Alright. It's hard to see because of all of the lines. So we've got a shadow bias. Here's a little gap here, which wouldn't be true. You can fix that by just biasing the shadow up a bit. Can you see the God rays? I don't know how well it comes across on stream. Can't really see him there. Oh. Laws of physics is just a suggestion. The problem with laws of physics is, or at least shadows and stuff, is they require 3D. They require the extra, they require depth. So you got to fake it. Fake it, man. Okay, so let's go to another. Do I have anything more interesting? Are the shadows on there? See how the light cut. It's only going to work for some types of sprites at the moment. You can't see because there's all these blooming lines in the way. This is a better example. Let's just paint some real flooring for a second. There we go. Ignore the fact that this is casting a shadow. So if you were the character, you were holding a light and you walk past. And we've got some weird stuff here, and that's because the light's casting a shadow. The light's casting, so there's two things, shadow on the floor and shadow out into the environment. You see down here, there's lines there and a line there. Finally working, eh? The arrow's pointing up, the shadow pointing down. Yeah. That's because the light's casting its own shadow on itself. Which doesn't happen. But I'm gonna write some code now to stop lights casting shadows on themselves. See, I'll have to have a look as well, like what actually happens with reflection on shadows. In real life. Because it's obviously got a reflection on the water and it's shadowing onto the water. What happens to reflections? Like, need to go and take some photos. So the only kind of bad thing about this shadow system, not the only thing, one of the bad things about this shadow system is it only casts shadows on things that are in front of the light. So if I go like and move the light in front of the barrels, the shadows snap off. Which is an unfortunate physical artifact. Non-physical artifact. And I don't really know how to solve that. And it can't cast shadows on itself either. The barrels can't cast shadows on itself. So if you want to do some graphics programming, Fu Manchu, work out how to extend this algorithm so shadows can these barrels can cast shadows on itself. That would be lovely. That's kind of what these God Rays were trying to simulate, really. Alright, so we need light. We need to figure out how to stop shadows. How to stop this thing casting its own shadow. And we'll take off these drawers as well. Thanks for the follow. TD, yes. Just working on shadows. I just spent the last, seriously, 3 hours debugging a terrible bug. It was like a stupid maths. It wasn't even a maths bug in the end. But it's fixed now. Working on the shadows of these barrels. So the problem I have now is that the light casts its own shadow, which is obviously not correct. Right. So $185. So how do we do this? We don't want the reflection, we want the shadow renderer. Maybe if we do less than or equal. Maybe that will just sort it. If they've got equal Z, don't draw any shadows. That would be a lovely way to solve it. Oh, it seems to have solved it. So we need to, if I pick something that's got quite like this. Yeah, see, you can see the God rays a lot there. It is quite a subtle. Okay, so I just basically also don't want to draw the outline shader if I'm dragging the mouse. I'm going to fix that as well, because it just gets in the way. So that's game board editor that. Intersect content. Using the intersector. So this comes from get intersection candidates. This is it, where we're drawing outlines. I think what we want to do is we want to say if canvas has drag, return. Let's see if that will fix it. So if I click it, if I drag it, no, it's still showing the outline. Tick focused content. So I don't want to tick, I don't want to stop ticking focus content. We're only ticking if it has a drag. So I'm going to say, and not canvas as drag. So has drag is obviously like when the left mouse is dragging across the canvas. If we only want to draw the outline stuff. Thing is, this won't cover all the cases, I don't think. I don't think it will. So if you select it and then we drag, it disappears. There we go. Does this happen for something like this? No. So I also, when I'm dragging the mouse with this, want all of these little, like the lines and the squares to disappear. That's fine, that's good. It really makes it look 3D if you put shadows on. That's really cool. Alright. So draw focus content. So draw focus content for Collider. Will you be licensing it? No. Too much work. Looks good though, doesn't it? So you can see, like, you know, we were blending. The blending really works when the light's moving towards. It really looks good. The shadow like blends in and out. You can see like the blend radius. Pay with bear coffee. The thing is about me is I actually quite like rubbish coffee. I like it when it like burns you. I can't wait to see what stuff you come up with, Fu Manchu. When you put your mind to it, when you've got no other distractions in the day, it's going to be awesome. I'll definitely help you with some of it. If you get stuck on some of the graphic stuff, I'll help you. That's absolutely fine. Like you say, if you're not up to scratch with, or up to speed with graphics, like especially with if you're doing low poly worlds, can make stuff look real nice. Definitely get stuck with the graphics, yeah. Make stuff look real good with low poly, I think. So you're just going to use, is it just going to be cubes? Is that how you're going to draw the worlds out with cubes? It's going to be like, I suppose they call them like voxels, maybe. Voxels can mean lots of things, Ro. Plans low poly. Yeah. Yeah, because you could just draw things with cubes. Just like Minecraft. Thing is, if you have cubes, you have really good ambient occlusion and lighting in general. It can look absolutely mint. Not all cubes, like Minecraft. Okay. Since being a space cubes might be too limiting. It depends on if it's a stylistic type of game. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be good to get like the actual art style down straight away. Like sorted straight away. Something that you can produce on your own. Because if you like self-funding, I suppose you don't really want to go out and buy a load of models. Or just learn Blender. Lots of people learn Blender. Have you... Aiming low poly with clean look, yeah. Have you heard of Thin Matrix before? I've been following this guy for years. He made a game called Aquilinox. He's working on another game which is low poly, but it's graphically a lot more improved over his first game. See, this is all very low poly, look. Thin Matrix, yeah. Thin Matrix, one word, yeah. So this is out on Steam, so I own this game. It sold quite a lot of copies. See, he's made a lot of so it's low poly, which has saved him time. There's no rigs, there's no rigged animation, which has saved him a lot of time. All this animation here for the trees is procedural. All the animation of the movements just coded, just hard coded. The guy can do rigged animation because I've seen previous games where he's had rigs, but he's obviously just chosen not to. And then he's put in the atmosphere with really nice colour selection, and he's got all these reflections, and then in the actual game there's good depth of field as well. So he's made those graphical. He's made the game look really nice there. Yeah. Yeah, this guy's really big on YouTube. 250,000 subscribers, and he does vlogs, dev vlogs. Programming bees for my farming game. This is his latest one. This is banging, this game. It's nearly finished. It's about having a garden, about making a garden and growing stuff and taking them to market and selling it. It's really simple, but he does all this low poly and Blender, you see, but no textures. I mean, there are textures. These textures here for the icons are all automatically generated from the 3D models, so he just makes the 3D models. There's no textures, which saves you a lot of time, so there's no UV unmapping or anything like that. Everything's just coloured in the vertex, and then all of the icons are generated from those 3D models with the tools he's made, which is really clever because it saves him a lot of time. It's a big time sink texturing your models. Yeah, the best way to leverage... Yeah, so that's what he's got down, is he's leveraging his coding skills to generate the assets, like the icons and things. It's clever. And probably necessary if you're doing a 3D game. on your own, because they're a lot of work. Right, coffee time. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Why I think I don't need fully fledged commercial engine. Yeah, so he writes his own engine. He writes it in Java, believe it or not. Same as Minecraft, actually. Try and keep things in the code as much as possible, yeah. I recommend buying Aquilinox. It's not expensive, it's like £5 or something, £7.50 or something. I recommend buying it and looking at what you can do with low poly. So the key thing is low poly, so it's quick to make the assets, and no textures. The colour is just colours in the vertex. That's the key, I think, because then you don't have to do any UV unwrapping. And then, you know, if you get a decent amount of game done with that, you could start introducing some textures, procedural textures if you wanted, to improve like material system or something, but you don't need it. I think he's a hero of mine, kind of. Even though I make stuff that looks entirely different to him. I really admire his like engineering first attitude, which makes him able to make those types of games. The lighting takes care of the rest. Each polygon in a solid colour. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I'd spend a bit of time on the lighting. It's hard. Lighting's considered hard. That's the only thing in graphics programming. I'd just start off with dotting all the normals with the up vector, and then you could build out entire levels like that. That's the most basic lighting you can do. And then you can add more things on later. Farcon, how's it going? Is it Unreal Engine or something else? This is my my engine, which chat has called Benjin. Ben Engine. Or Benjin. How's it going up? You alright? Lazy Engine, yeah. The Lazy Engine. It's called in the code. What's it called in the code? LibBM Engine. Well, in fact, all these make up the engine. In the code, it's called Engine or BM Engine. But yeah, it's my own engine. It's not Unreal now. Hope you're doing alright, Farquan. I'm just working on shadows at the moment. I just spent like 3 hours trying to figure out why it didn't work, checking all the maths and everything. It was all right. And I was drawing them from the wrong origin. So the maths in the shaders and the renderer was all correct. I was just drawing it from the wrong place. Which is a shame, but you know, whatever. Oh yeah, cool, yeah. Maybe I'm making a game. I am going to try and make a game. I have done some game, so I spent a few months last year, well, beginning like January to July, I built a whole load of gameplay systems for like a sci-fi gardening style game. And I've spent from July until now going through the actual level editor and putting in prefabs and doing a bunch of like changes. The idea is that like it's going to be good enough to then go on and lay out a load of game levels, essentially. So maybe after Christmas I'll be going to start making the game again. So is it GTA 6 or more than that? It's more than that. It's GTA 600. Yeah. Yeah, it's GTA 69. No, it's going to be the kind of graphics I'm going to go for is like, well, like this. So it's not isometric really. It might look a little bit isometric. It's just straight up 2D with some visual effects that make it look, give it some depth and stuff. I'll show you a bit more of it. So this is a bananas level for grass, but this is just what I was using to develop reflections. And it's going to be like a gardening game, but you're on a space station, which is like, what? But the idea is it's a big space station, like big space stations where you live on them for your entire life need gardens, right? So you're going to be a gardener on that, and then you're going to be able to go down to planets and harvest things from planets and then bring them to the space station to plant in your space station. Yeah, fully destructible terrain. Oh, look at that. Oh, I remember this. This is a bug with the shadow system as well. That's the shadow tech. What is that? What is going on there? That's some kind of problem. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I've had that bug in the engine for ages, actually. It's catching it. It's something to do with textures on the GPU, I think. It was all vibe coded. I just said, build me GTA 666, and it came out with this. Last night I also live on Twitch. Oh, cool. Made a whole renderer. Perfume model. Oh, nice one. In Blender, yeah. That's awesome. Whole render of it. Yeah, I mean, I've been streaming on Twitch for about 10 months and I'm really enjoying it. I think it's good. Yeah, if you're live on Twitch, I'll follow you. Bark1. Sorted. There you go. And check it out. It was fun. Yeah. The main hurdle is like showing everyone your screen. And sometimes coders can be a little bit like, why are you not doing it my way? But that seems, I was expecting a lot more than that I've actually got. I've actually got a lot of people just want to talk about coding in general. Your moderation didn't bother to filter the swearing. Yeah, isn't it weird that? Even though was it Friday? That's crazy, isn't it? Like the actual chat mod or whatever it is, it like filters out, doesn't filter out the most terrible swear words. Yeah, but the engine's also got stuff like so this is the level editor, but it's got a tree system, a node system as well, so you can do things like dialogue trees. This is a set of dialogue trees for an NPC called Jenny, and got like a cutscene editor, and it's pretty much got everything now to build something. The game I'm going to go for is just going to be like talk to NPCs, get quests lead you on adventures, some light combat, mostly like collecting things, bringing them back to the base or the space station, and then maintaining the space station's gardens essentially. Which game? That game. If I missed something. GTA 6. The game. Was it on My Blue Sky? I remember some old games that was based on the space station. Yeah. See, I love Star Trek. So I'm going to go for like Star Trek vibes on the space station. Obviously, like bigger than any of the Star Trek space stations. It's going to be more like the Citadel on Mass Effect, something like that. What are you making right now? Oh, My Blue Sky. Yeah, cool. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for checking that out. Yes, I think Star Trek. Basically. It's got to make the damn thing. Alright. So, barrels, they cast shadows. Let's find something that doesn't cast a shadow. So all these things should cast shadows. See, and you can see it's nice because it has puts the line there as if the light was shining through it. So I drew these, so the art style is going to be this, because I drew these for a previous project. Not these. It's not going to be pixel art out. It's going to be whatever this is. More high, like denser pixels. Alright. So let's put in the shadows then for... may as well do cloth. So we want this to cast a shadow. Right. Now we've figured out that path, it should be a bit more straightforward. So the other thing is, do I want to merge these into just a one bounds? I might do that rather than having two. Farquhar, how's it going? I've resumed work now, so the shadow tokens, which is what something needs to draw shadows, used to have two separate bounding boxes, one for like the shadows that cast on the floor and one for the shadows that get cast out into the environment like God rays. But I'm just going to put it to one, really. I don't think I need two. You can't draw them separately, so we may as well just have one bounding box. So this is bounds, is bounding rect token bounding rect token, come on, token floor shadow bounds token light bounds, and we'll just make a bounding rect out of both of those. Yeah, that's fine. I've followed you on Twitch as well, so I'll check you out as well on that. Alright, so now we're just testing against one bounds now. Which means yeah, no problem. Art station. Oh, I can see your perfume blender thing. Look at that, look how good that is. So you made this on stream. Here you go, Fu Manchu. Some nice. You're going for low poly. I'm only joking. This is like the opposite of low poly. Fu Manchu's about to make a game, and he was just discussing art styles, and he was gonna go for low poly. This is the like exact opposite in it. Yeah. So look at these reflections. Like, is this the Blender's ray tracer? So you've got the column caustics, I think. The refractions through the glass and then the caustics on the yeah, lovely. So this is like product design, isn't it? Is that what you're into, product design? Started in 2012, yeah, technically, yeah. Look at this, how good this is. You could make those iPhone adverts. So you're an artist, not a coder. Switch 2. Yeah, look. It's real good, man. Real good. Yeah, my niche product. Industrial modelling. Yeah, cool. Funny story, my cousin is actually does similar stuff to you. Yeah, industrial. He designs like parts for buses and things, but 3D models it all. Yeah, real good, real good. Alright, let's see how long it will take to get this cloth in then. The reflection renderer for cloth. So we want the actual shadow renderer for cloth now. And this is the shadow token. It's the same really, except we're testing a different bounds. It's literally the same code. We could actually template this. Oh no, it's not quite the same. It's not quite the same. It's light Z, and this needs to be shadow token draw Z. There's two. You have to draw. The way that shadows works is it gives you a Z to draw at. So no, the renderer knows you begin the light and you end the light, and then the renderer knows the light token, and it knows that everything at this Z is part of the shadow map. Vanbjerg, hi and bye. Hope you're all right. Hope you're having a good day today. Oh yeah, stretch. Thank you.
I think you need it.
Look at that. Shadows just worked on the cloth immediately. That's far better than last time on the barrels. It took 3 hours for it to work. Cheers. Let's have a quick hydrate. Very tired day. Yeah. I had a chill weekend, so I'm feeling pretty good now. Bad day, go next day. Yeah. Well, if you want to watch, put shadows in. That's all I'm doing. So obviously with the cloth, you see, the shadow's actually kind of in the wrong place. The cloth is meant to be like hanging off two places. So I have a shadow bias that I need to hook in actually. That's what I'll do next. And that is meant to move the shadow around. So it's the shadow bias. 100% watch, not a percent understanding. I don't believe that for a second. So the shadow bias moves the shadow up and down. So you'd have it like this maybe. Or you'd have none at all. Like we could turn shadows off. Maybe cloth. Like if this was right up against a building. So if this was right up... Do we have any buildings? Maybe I could actually make a building. I have some... Do I have any artwork for buildings? Give me a sec. Let's see if I can find some. New computer, you see. Don't have all of my stuff on here. Let's have a look. Ugh. Give me a sec. Oh yeah, no problem. Thanks for stopping by. See you later. Some introduction class. Yeah, man. I remember that, getting up early for school and for uni. Now I just get up early because kid that jumps on my head. Might take a nap. Enjoy. It's going to take a while to clone this project. I'm just getting some more stuff off GitHub, and hopefully there's some art in there. See, what would be nice, right, is well, there's other types of shadow. Like we could have a shadow texture that, so we just draw into the shadow texture not flipped, then blur, and then draw it underneath. And then we'd have like nice shadows. If this was right up against the wall in the game, it would cast a shadow on the wall. We definitely want the ability to turn shadows on and off, because I'm not sure I'd have a shadow on this. Anyway, that's cloth's done. Next one we'll do tree. We'll do tree. Yeah, so I probably wouldn't have a shadow on that. Okay. The reflection renderer for tree simulation. It is the same almost. It's a shame we can't. I mean, we probably could work on like having some kind of abstract thing here, but I think we'll be okay. So this is shadow token light Z. Shadow token draw Z. This is shadow bias. This is shadow token bounds. So we'll just see, there are some render paths in the back end of the renderer that don't support shadowing, so we'll see if we come up across, like tree might be one of them. Okay, we got summit. It looks dodge. Looks dodge there. That's the rear. Oh, I can't even see it really. Looks dodge there. That's to do with the trees, the blurring of the tree, of the leaves, I think. Maybe we don't we just don't draw the leaves. I've always faked. Still looks pretty bad. I've always faked shadowed leaves in past things. Yeah, I mean that is essentially because the blur's not good enough to cover the high frequency of the leaves. Because the leaves are so small and the blur step is too big. Like I am gonna do like low, medium, high quality graphics setting stuff. So maybe we could just make this look mint. By doing a really small blur step. If I can even remember how to do that. Wherever we have the post processor for shadows. Flush shadows. Flush something. Flush lights. No. Here we go. The post processor. Right, so how does this work? So let's look at the floor shadow. So if we set the debug output bit, what happens there? I'm assuming it just draws it to the screen. Oh, there we go. You see what I mean about it being so high frequency? You can just see the no, it just looks choppy. So light it. Oops. So where are we drawing these? Where are we doing these steps? Not there. So it's in some kind of, but it's probably in post-processing. Probably is a file called post-processing. Yeah. Radial blur, glow shadow, steps. 2 center. Glow shadow, steps 2. 16. So let's just fire this up and then see if we can improve it a lot. Try and get this more visible on stream. So if we do like step 16, like that might be better. That's much more expensive. So we're still running at 60 here. Let's just now, so let's, when we do the set debug plate, get rid of that. Drawing the leaves. Yeah. It's kind of so blurred that you can't see it now. Go back to what it was. Three steps, 4 steps. So it's two steps by 8. That's kind of nice. You can see the leaves shadowing. Bora Checker, how's it going? Just working on shadows. Yeah, I don't know really. That's like a very hard shadow. And like I'll do like low, medium, high quality graphics, so I'll be able to have different settings for these. Did you have a good weekend, Borrow Checker? I Borrow Check, by the way. I don't think I do Borrow Check. We'll leave it at that for now. And we'll move on. Right, so the next thing I want to try and shadow is we'll go for grass. We'll go for a single grass blade. Right, so this is a thing with grass. We decided with reflections, we decided to make optional for grass, because grass was very noisy. We'll see how it looks. So the reflection renderer, we want the shadow renderer for grass. We're not going to say whether it's a reflector right now. We're just going to say we're going to shadow everything. Is there any shadow there? Oh, hang on. Need shadow bias. Is the shadow there? So we don't actually have a render path in the back end of the renderer for doing grass, because this grass blade here doesn't have a mesh. It's just built on the GPU, unlike the rest of them. So let's see if we can just put that in quickly. Draw reflection batch. Draw grass reflected in world. I wonder if you could just pass it straight through the reflector for grass. Instead of making a separate shader. Right. So this takes a reflection token. We might have to do a separate. Okay, let's just do shadow. Raw glass shadow world. Which is basically the same as this. So you want shadow token. It's not a shadow token, it's a light token. It's epic music. I don't really know what we do with these matrices actually here. Oh, we've got two. We've got floor shadow and glow shadow. Raw glass shadow batch in world. Floor shadow batch in world. Okay, so we don't have inv mag for this light token, which we need. We need inv mag effect 2 inv floor shadow mag and inv glow shadow mag. So this is inv floor shadow mag, and then in canvas so token inv glow shadow mag 1 over light camera get x mag, get current x mag 1 over light camera get current y mag. We do need a new shader. Maybe. Right now we're just using the grass reflected shader. More than one default. Correct. I think we probably will need a new shader because different type of output. It's a full color output for reflection and it's just single channel output for shadows. So we'll do a new shader. See if it works like this first though. I believe the current shader should work, or it will just crash and say it's the wrong output target. Yeah. The render target slot does not match the pipeline state. Okay. New shader then. But first, I need to use the loo. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Right, back. So we need a new shader. What's the UV floor look like? So this is lighting mask flipped Y. So it's Primal Alpha Blend Red Triangles Desk. Which is a bit of a mouthful, but that just basically means pre-multiplied alpha blend with red channel only, and it's triangles. Right. So the grass. I want to do grass shadowed. Or like grass shadowed. Shadow mask. VS main reflected, GS main. PS main reflected red or something. And that's red. What is it? Where's the red? That one. So let's see if we can get away without doing that first. And then we actually want to bind the grass shadow mask as the shader. See if this still complains. Doesn't complain. Don't see any shadow. Oops. Oh, there is a shadow. Just quite far away from the light. Shadow bias is not letting me move. Grass content data, shadow bias. It's not letting me scroll it. Alright, fix that then. So there is a shadow, so it is working. Doesn't look great at the moment. It might mean it needs a really hard. It shows it's just copying the red channel. That's the problem. I say it might mean a really hard shadow, but I think what's happening here is it's just because we're not actually changed the pixel shader yet. So we need to do the pixel shader for it. It's just copying the red channel into the shadow mask. It needs to copy actually the alpha channel. So grass. We want PS main reflected red. Reflected mask or something. Color A. Color A plus equals input color. Yeah, I think it's just return A. And that's a float. And then we want this. Didn't build. No, it did. And then we want the reflected mask in the pipeline state. So grass shadow mask, PS main reflected mask. So that's now just copying the alpha channel in. And that should give us a little bit of a nicer shadow, hopefully. Or just crash. There we go. That's a nicer shadow, isn't it? So now with this, the Z bias didn't work. So the properties for grass. Shadow bias. It's just not. If you put a little float there, it just allows us to scroll it with the mouse instead of just type it in. Alright, so unfortunately it's quite long-winded to select the grass. You have to select the brush in the content browser first. Right, shadow bias. Right, that's grass. That's part of grass. So there's also the God rays, which we don't do. Let's see how this, now I've got all this shadow, grass shadowing. Well, we're not going to see it, are we? Need to fix this. It's shadowing on there, it's reflecting as well. Turn the reflector off. Shadow bias up a bit. Shame that these anchor points are in the wrong place. Turn the reflector back on. So this is killing frame rate. This I thought would happen. We're only drawing half the shadow maps. Right, we'll put in the other shadow maps first, and then it's gonna kill frame rate, unfortunately. So we'll just have to say, just like we do with reflections. With the reflections, we just say, if we want to be artistic about it, we turn reflections on. Otherwise, they're off. So that's what this is. Nothing else, no other grass blade reflects apart from this one, because it's like, oh yeah, it's an artistic one. We could do it for shadows as well. Do the same for shadows. Shouldn't be killing performance as much as it is, though. We'll check that. Alright, so we need to add in the glow shadow. As well. Which is the same as the floor shadow, just a different matrix, I think. So the glow shadow matrix and the inv glow shadow mag. And the glow. No, it's not quite. Is it? It's not the same pixel shader though, is it? Lighting mask. Fu Manchu, how's it going? Oh, you're saying hello to other people. Hello to you as well then. Right, so lighting mask. Is VS main mask PS? It doesn't have a flipped. It's not doing a flipped. So that we want a grass. So we want lighting mask flipped Y and lighting mask. Grass shadow mask. So we're going to change this to, not in here though, in everywhere. To grass, shadow mask, flipped Y. Yeah, that's cool. We can have a little stream community. As soon as you start streaming in the afternoon, Fu Manchu, I'm going to start watching as well, hopefully. So, oh, hang on, what have I just changed there? So this is not the flipped Y version. This one is the flipped Y version. So in the pipeline again, we need to make just a grass shadow mask without flipping it. Just VS main, I think. Yeah. And then in the glow, draw glow shadow batch, mesh. This is this case e-material type grass in world, return, draw, grass, glow shadow batch. Actually doing some graphics programming. I do actually really enjoy graphics programming. You have to do it for like days on end. Get really in the swing of it, and it's good. Going back and forth from it's jarring because you just totally forget how it all works. Okay, signatures do not match. That must be, it's got to be this. That caused a full-on crash. Where did that cause a crash? Signatures do not. The signature doesn't match vertex shader. VS main, GS main, VS main, VS main reflected. So I think we need a new one. VS main mask. Because it's a different view projection matrix, you see. So this is VS main mask. We don't really need to worry about color and stuff. So pragma entry point target VS main mask VS60. Cannot tell if that's working or not. Obviously we're getting shadow, but I'm looking for the God Ray shadow, which I don't think is there. It's either there or it's very subtle. Don't think it's there. Grass shadow mask. PS main reflected mask. Wrong pixel shader. Well, let's just call this PS main mask. Nothing to do whether it's reflected or not. Right. I can't see if this is working or not. Oh, I don't know. Yeah. I don't think it is. What I'm looking for is, it's really subtle, but you can see there's like God rays coming out. I don't think there are on the grass blade. That's what I'm looking for, you see. Whoops. Right, let's pix it and see. Seems wrong. Just drawing it upside down, I think. Invossi, how's it going? How are you doing today? You doing alright? Okay, he's drawing it upside down. So did we just basically do this wrong? PS main mask. Yeah, we did. One little thing. -1 means upside down. Isn't that great, is it? Much better. Oh, good. There we go. There are the God rays for it. If you look up here, actually see him quite well. Just doing shadows. See, obviously this is dodgy. Like, you can see real good shadows would skew as well to keep them the base of the tree in line. Which we don't do. That means another matrix, which I'm not really in the mood for right now, seeing I had so much trouble this morning. After solving the issue, seeing it work on diff games boosted my mood immensely. Yeah, nice one. That's awesome. Congrats. So, the problem we have is this now. Ooh, what's going on there? Problem is that is completely wrong. Did I just change that? Let's have a look at test.prefab. Undo that. How's the progress going with this? Yes, alright. Slow morning. Just trying to remember how I did shadows. How they were working in the back end of the renderer and that with the shaders and stuff. But now it's good. We've got it going. So you can see there's shadows on the barrels, and then there's also like atmospheric shadows. So there's like God rays that jump off. Got this bug. Sometimes this texture just goes shadowed. Or something's going on. So yeah, I need to figure that out. But yeah, it's going alright. Got reflections in. Let's see if this works now. Yeah, there we go. So got reflections in. These dudes reflecting. It's a performance killer. Putting shadow in grass. 52 frames, 40, 22. Oh, we're dropping a lot. What's going on there then? So we do drop a lot. So that might be a bit of a bug. I just thought it would be the grass itself. There's quite a lot of blades of grass. Let's just see what happens. Just wait around a bit. Start at 53. Just looking down here. 52, 53. There's like one on the periphery. Yeah. But I think I'll be all right. Now we're at 20 frames a second. I'm not allocating any more VRAM. So I wonder what's causing that. Oh, has the grass disappeared? The grass shadow disappeared. Oh, yeah, okay. I haven't had a cold since I've been streaming though, so it's been alright so far. So we've got some problems here. at that. That shadow's wrong. And we dropped to 20 frames a second for some reason. Figure what that is. I want a bit ago. Recovered since. Yeah, cool. Alright, so we have some bugs in here. It's to do with, I think, when we've got reflections and shadows happening at the same time. I think that's the source of it. So we'll continue to work on getting stuff in shadowed, and then we'll have a look at that. For the next one, so I'm not going to do framed animation. I don't think. What would that be? What would framed animation shadows be in a game? So I'll do framed animations for like water rapids. Like, so if it was really windy and there was some like, I don't know, like here there was just some like rain crashing into here and the wind was blowing it off. I've done framed animations for that before. None of the things requires shadows though, so I think we're not going to do framed animation shadows. We are going to do animated rig shadows, so we'll do that. So I want this guy to cast a shadow. This should be straightforward. So, animated rig, reflection, renderer. It's basically, it's almost the same. For the shadow renderer. Shadow token. Fingers crossed that's all it is. And then we need to have a look at putting reflections and shadows together. Okay, I don't see any shadows. Rigging world. Alright, so we need to do what we need to do there. Is we need to do, this is also case e-material type rigging world. Both use the same pipeline state. Where is it? Draw. Let's just search for shadow. Here. And then we need to do some debugging this. So this graphics debugging is quite difficult, unfortunately. There we go. There he is. Need to up his shadow bias a bit. So if I set this guy, give him a new skin. Set him to be running. Looped. How good that is, that's awesome. Oh. Got his God rays there. Invossi, sorry I missed that. What was that? Alright, let's try 2 lights. Look at this. So this is getting mixed up. So we've got this little distortion here. This is the glow shadows getting mixed up. Oh, graphics debugging is difficult. Yeah. Yeah. So we've got a bug here. Can you see that flickering? Oh man, I need to... How do I zoom in less? There we go. There's flickering here. It's not flickering, it's this dude casting a shadow down there. That's a bug. So these bugs all might be tied together as well. I have a bug where if I launch the other one, it just drops 20 frames a second after like 10 seconds. They're amazing in D3, D12 and Vulkan, yeah. They're good once you've got stuff into the driver. But debugging the bit before can also be really complicated. But yeah, they are really good. Okay, I'm going to make a cup of tea and we'll fix this thing. But like, got about an hour left. So we'll try and fix this thing. This bigger problem here, where it just drops to 20 frames. After a while. Not sure what's causing that. The RAM for the GPU is not going up. Really. So there we go, we're at 22 frames a second now. So we're not leaking RAM or anything. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Okay, I'm just gonna have 2 minutes to make a cup of tea, and then we'll be back for the last hour or so. Maybe not quite. Yeah, maybe an hour. Finish at about 4:15 my time. Right, see you in 2 minutes. Okay. So, what's causing this? Shadow token. So this is -16, -11. So this one should get rendered in. This one's -1. So it doesn't get rendered in, which is what I would expect. So they're the two calls. This is proper confusing. Pixit then. We're getting the guy rendered in. There's two shadow textures. And the guy's getting rendered in both. Weirdly. There's two there. Right. And then this one. No, he's not getting rendered in there. Let's take out this label. Whoa, what is going on here then? 14,000. So this is the drawing the tree. Look at all the things it's accessing. What? Oh my word. Okay. No, that's legit actually. This is what happens in the. This is what happens in the level editor. These are all just leaf textures. In the game, this just gets atlased. Okay, so that's where it's drawing the God Ray stuff. So it's drawing it at the same time. It's batched them together to draw at the same time, which is fine as long as they've got different texture indices, which they don't. They're both referencing the same texture. Right, okay, that's fine then. That's the problem. They're only referencing that one that texture, I think. Right, so how do we do that? So they're getting drawn at the same time. So let's just check in. This is like Skyrim. I've got this royalty-free fantasy music, and it's like so much ripping off, man. Skyrim. I've had Skyrim, Final Fantasy, Lord of the Rings. Like, it's like almost Lord of the Rings, apart from a few notes. All right. So begin light. So we're setting it to the same Z, which means they're going to get drawn together. Now it's okay as long as the texture index is different. So presuming that's the texture index. Yeah. And that's 1. 0 and 1. 0 and 1. So that's the floor. What about the glow? Floor shadowing world. Where's draw glow shadowing world? Light texture. Glow light texture in world. Which one's this anyway? This is the one we want. So we're just drawing in floor, shadow, in worlds. There's no glow. Maybe it does both. Light glow simple. So where's the light glow coming from? Oh, it's blended into the light glow. Right. Okay. Lighting. Simple light glow. Texture. How does this even work? PS mean glow. Shadow text. Shadow texture in index. Shadow texture index. Shadow texture index. Super King, how's it going? Hope you're alright today. Just debugging some lighting. Some shadowing, actually. So, this dude is running and he's casting some God rays out, which is actually being drawn here as well. Don't know if you can see. Landed a job. Nice one. Very good. That didn't take too long then, did it? That's pretty good, that. Good going. So, right, so the vertex. Simple. Where's the one that applies? Shadow, glow, shadow texture index. So that is like after glow power in the light itself. So the glow props. Build light quad. There. Shadow texture index. Text index, shadow texture index. Ah, it's set to 0. Right, that's the problem. Fill that in. Now my unemployment anxiety has become imposter syndrome. Yeah. Oh yeah. Imposter syndrome's a real thing, innit? Definitely. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have a good answer for imposter syndrome. Other than just get comfortable, but it's not an answer, is it? So what's the job? Okay, so we need the shadow index. U64 shadow texture index. There's 2. Blur. Shadow texture index. So this is shadow texture index. Senior application security engineer. Yeah, nice. That sounds like a really important job to me. Nice one. Right. So what's this? Properties, shadow texture index 0. Can you tell game dev is a bit in my past here? Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, it's good as a hobby, innit? Very different doing it as a job. So I don't blame anybody who wants to do something else as a job. Right, so this is... what is this? What do we do? What is the light texture index? What is it? So we need some number here. This wants it as a float. An index is a float, eh? That's one of the weird quirks of graphics programming. You do it for packing, I think. I think that's why. Maybe. So this 0, what is it? So we need this. So token range first. That is the texture index. So where does glow? Oh man. So that's the floor. Next frame. Nope. Where are we? Next drawer, I think it's called. So we make a glow target and then a floor target. We have glow handles and floor handles. So I think it's actually the same. This is token first. Right. Let's just check that the actual glow is still there. It is. That's the light reflecting itself again. Shadowing itself. Don't want to do that. Light shadowing up. Lights casting shadows is not a thing, right? In the real world. Need to fix that. That seems to have fixed it okay though. So it is still one draw call. Hang on, I've got 3 instances of picks. Which is good, but different textures. This is the God Ray texture. This is the shadow texture. And this is the blurring of the textures. And this is for the other light. So now when we actually draw the glow, wherever it is, there, it is one draw call for 2 circles, but if we should be actually have 2 textures, yes. That one and that one. Alright, cool. Right then. Let's fix that problem. That was relatively straightforward to debug. The next one's not at all. I don't think. This is where we mix reflections and shadows. So I can immediately see there's a problem because this is the shadow of that flag, and it's the wrong size. And now I've just jumped down to 20 frames a second. Right. So let's just be a bit simple and just draw a pond. A bit more simple than that big level there. And then I want to just cast some reflections into the pond. I'll cast the light in. Not the light, the grass in. So hopefully we have a state. Got shadows and reflections at the same time. We're at 39, so it's causing the same problem. So let's just see if we can delete a bunch of this. We won't do that. What will we do? We'll do something really straightforward, just like one of them. So we've got a reflection on a shadow, and we've got this square, which is also a bug. It might also be all to do with the same thing. I'm hoping after a while we see a performance drop. Maybe. Or not. I mean, that's behaving at the moment. See, it could be too light. It could be a problem with too lights. Alright, let's put 2 lights on. Well, look at that as well. So what's this then? That looks like the shadow of the, or the reflection texture of the reflection. It looks like the reflection texture of the barrels drawn in the preview. Okay. Preview for normal, but it's for the stamp. It's that one. So we do lighting draw for the preview. Data type is normal. So we're going to attempt to draw shadows. I think we can't do that. Thank you for following. Subhami Gamer. How's it going? Hope you're alright. So we don't want to draw shadows if it's from preview. So what we're going to do is we're going to have preview. Pass that in. Anywhere in preview. Mostly just uses all the same. That's preview. Alright, that's it. That's it. So, draw light, lighting draw. Draw brush. Instance. Where are we? Brush lighting draw. If it's normal, yeah. So shouldn't draw it now. Previews don't need to cast shadows because they're not actually properly in the scene. So it might cause some problems. They're not in the scene until they're stamped in. Have to work on it if you wanted them to draw shadows on the preview brush. Alright. Still doing it though, still doing it. So I'm going beginning and light. It's probably using some stale data then. So I think what we need to do is we need to go, if it's normal, oops. Do this whole thing. Else, we just want to draw. We just want to do this. It's canvas dot. Whoops. Light glow texture in world. Let's have a 0 there. Doesn't matter because there's no actual light token. Okay, let's see if that fixes it. Alright, good. So it's not that there's two lights. Got one light shadowing another light, which we don't want. So what is it? What is it? Now we're down at 20 frames a second. Alright, let's just profile this, see what's going on. Did I do the right thing? No. It's the wrong button there. Performance profiler, CPU usage. And then launch this level and we'll just wait till it drops. We're dropping. We're at 20 now. Let this run for a bit. Alright. Let's see what slither it actually uses. Come on. You can do it. So right at the end anyway. Man, this takes a while. I haven't done this for a while as well. Alright, let's just get the last bit. So where are we then? Draw. Man, this is so slow. This used to be a lot faster. Is this even usable? Oh my god, that's so slow. So in the renderer there. Maybe we've got some kind of weird lights, drawing lights. Draw shadows. So where have we come from? Tick. I'm going to go draw shadows. This call stack's getting quite deep. Normal. Shadow renderer. So understandably that it's going to spend most of its time here because this is just where it's rendering stuff. Get resident texture handle. Find residency handle. Okay, so it's maybe worth seeing how big the residency is. Oops. That's quit out of Visual Studio entirely there. The residency is like the log of all of the textures on the GPU. It's the record of it. The thing is, we're not actually increasing GPU's RAM, used RAM. So we're not putting more on the GPU. Okay, we've got 20 now. So let's go to canvas. We can go here really. Where can we go? Renderer normal. Renderer. Residency. 951 textures. That is a lot of textures. That's for sure. All right. So let's do, where would it be? This is it. So we're going to go log line. Get residency. Get resident texture handles, get count. $951 is a lot. However, there might be, because right now each leaf of a tree is a different texture. So we've got 31 there. Pretty stable at 31. Now I've got 213. 998. Stable at 998 though. So 343 megabytes of GPU RAM used. 953, so it chucked some off. 36, chucking more off. So nothing's really changed on GPU texture side of things. Okay, so what I'm going to do, raw reflections, I'm just going to F0 this out. See if we still have this performance tank. There's no reflections being drawn now. Oh, there we go at 30. So we've dropped. We've hit some. It's not quite as bad. 30. All right, and let's cut out shadows. So we have reflections and no shadows now. All right, we're at 46.27. So that is massively. So I've cut out both of them. So it could be also finding a decent render target as well. What we might be doing is creating too many. Well, we've got 30 render targets. Might be creating too many render targets. We'll see. But that'll create more memory, won't it? GPU, local memory. 45. We're at 45, so we have dropped a load. Alright. Let's stop drawing stuff. I'm not drawing anything now. This basically cuts out the entire renderer of problems for this performance. This performance cut. I've only got 5 minutes or so left to work on it tomorrow. I mean, this should be fine. Like, that's not dropping, is it? Let's quickly just see how many render targets are being made. Oh, this is like Star Trek. "27 render targets there. And we get this bigger level. 50 render targets, 46. Render targets are still at 46. Something is going up there. Something is going wrong. 20 frames. Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do is do all this. I want to, ooh, it's not there. Where is it? Wherever the canvas gets added, board gets added to the renderer. Draw canvas, board canvas. So here, literally don't want to do that. So this is basically not going to the, this is the front end of the renderer, but it's not going to the back end of the renderer. Let's see if we still get this performance problem. It's hard to see because it's not clear in there. do it ourselves. Otherwise, this is the first thing we debug tomorrow. 4122, so it's nothing to do with the back end of the renderer. Draw content. So let's just go here. That's taking 40 milliseconds. Fu Manchu. Burnout. I'm alright at the moment. I'm feeling good. I'm working until about now actually. So Monday, my daughter. So normally I'd pick my daughter from school, but she does some after school clubs now. So I can spend a little bit more time. 50 milliseconds that. Shame we can't time that. 8 milliseconds. But yeah, I'm gonna have to head off in a minute. Fix this tomorrow. So one of these is taking ages. Have to do some printf debugging. It took a while to draw them reflections actually. Draw reflections. 8 milliseconds, that's quite a long time. Right. So, got a performance problem in something, not sure what. Seems to be in draw reflections. I mean, it makes sense. In draw reflections or draw shadows. Yeah, I wonder actually another thing. We don't want to draw. If we're drawing something as a reflection, we don't want to draw a shadow. If we're drawing something as a shadow, we don't want to draw it as a reflection. But I think that's... yeah, we'll have to work on it tomorrow. Right, okay, I'm going to head back on tomorrow, roughly 9:30 in the morning, something like that. So yeah, I'll see you guys in a bit. See you later.